Okay, so I did not have it start properly when I first hit the button. How's everybody doing? I've actually completed a couple little quest bits and headed on into the story a little bit, so there is a slight gap. I'm here. So we've been sent out into the Album Rhine to look for survivors. Also, Diane, thank you for the membership. I hope y'all are doing all right today. I'm here. Okay. So there we go. Yeah, you really didn't miss that much. It was a little bit of chatter is all. From those. From NPCs where we were getting instructions to head out and an exclamation about how I just love ice fields. Alright, so were you to call out to her from this distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safer to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. So we gotta follow this poor girl without her noticing us. How creepy. We're gonna be creepers. So follow the girl from a safe distance. The objective will end in failure if you're noticed. Make use of cover such as rocks to approach her without being seen. Similarly, the objective will also end in failure if you fall too far behind. Should you fail to complete the objective, you may try again by returning to the designated location. There she is, running along. It will not appear on the map while we're following. There she is. So far, so good, she says. She hasn't spotted us. Is someone there? Hopefully she can't see me through this tree. Oh, I must be imagining things, she said. Hey, Jody, how's it going? Alright, she's gonna run for a bit, so let's hide behind this other tree. Keep this rock between us. If those beasts spot me, I'm done for, she says. Oh, I hope you feel better soon. And hey, Paul, how you doing? Alright, so the girl's running along again, or walking this time. So we're gonna stay here for a moment. No, we're gonna... I hope my luck holds. Alright. Ooh, better stay behind this tree. Gotta keep going. They're all depending on me, she says. Well, you doing alright then, Paul? Alright, there she goes running off again. Who are you? Stay away. Darn it! I failed. I shouldn't have followed her that far. Alright, so I've got to go back where we started from, and we got to follow her again. Whoops. I got a little overzealous there chasing after her. Alright. There we go. All the way back here. I do not like these follow quests. Alright, we're going to attempt it again. I'll hide behind these rocks, these ice bundles this time. So far, so good. And stay behind the tree. She thinks she's imagining things. Get behind this rock this time. And she's again concerned if the beasts spot her. She's hoping her luck holds. Gotta keep going. They're all depending on me. Alright, let's let her run for a bit this time before I go trying to dodge behind something. She's continuing on that time. Oh, we got further than we did last time. Can't let her get too far ahead of us, though. Alright, so she's arrived at her destination, so we can run right on up to her now. And there we go. Made it! Girl in green. Still in one piece. Alright, lady. You got some splaining to do. Girl in green says, Who are you? Stay back. This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Alphino says, please, we just want to talk. Alphino says, I'm Alphino. This is my sister Alice and our good friend Lithingel. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Garlingren says, aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all of this. You did this to us. Elsie says, we didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Telophoroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the whole world. They're our enemy. They're the enemy. Our enemy. Alphino says, on our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who have been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we are striving to cure them of their affliction. Alphino continues to say, you're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Telophoroi's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name is Lincinia. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question. Ever since that night, and the roar, that terrible roar, and then the screams, I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure. I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I've known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch, as I fled, as far as my legs would take me. LSA says, do you have family here? Is this their home? Lincinia says, no, this is Victor's Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers. Or it was. But now me and a few others are, borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe. And I didn't know if you were... The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help. Can you? Alphino says, of course. Whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Lincinia says, thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. Wait here. Alright. Going well enough. Lincinia says, this is everyone. Sickly refugee says, Lincinia says you can be trusted. But these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with means of heating the place as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word? If that's too much to ask, then leave us be. Alphino says, time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, LSA? LSA says, we'll have a fire burning in no time. May we build it under that gazebo? Sickly refugee says, the what? Oh, you mean the bower? Yes, yes, do as you will. Lincina. Alright, tracks in the snow complete. Alright, so Lincina has something else to say to us. Lincinia's inner turmoil is writ plain on her face. Yeah, she does seem a little suspicious of us yet. Lincinia says, Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping that things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat with all that running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in a far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer or with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? Well, sure, we can find some soup. Let's go check things out over here. Hear that radio. Oh, that tune. That always gets me. Alright, Alphino. We'll talk to you in a minute. Let's talk to Alisaie. Alisaie says what they need most is a decent meal. We've food back at the camp, but there's the distance to consider. Emancipated refugee says, all's well, with food in my belly and a song in my heart. The sickly refugee says, I can feel my fingers again. Alright, Alphino. Alphino says, I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it'll take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Emmanuelin's tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? Alright, let's give one to the refugee. The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. We'll give a warming tincture. Warming tincture? I've never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. But tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from wind and snow. Food production, water purification, the magitech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. What machina that remained operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, cerulean-ness is full of the stuff for all the good it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. Okay. Let's give one of those tinctures to this guy, too. All is well. Yes, never better. We'll give one of these tinctures. Hand it over. Oh, what sweet libation is this? Is it poison by any chance? Ha ha ha, 'twas a joke, a joke. If I laugh, 'tis that I may not weep. So said the poet. And alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We are the blessed damned to bear witness to the fall of the great empire while our brethren lie dead, or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams were our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience, preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. Oh, these poor people. Alright, so this despondent refugee. It says, what do you want? I'll give you a tincture too. Warm up, buddy. Take heart. A tincture. May as well drink it, I suppose. That radio. Whoops. It's a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it? We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distance. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components crafted from the finest ore, sourced from Locus Amionis, as it is. Not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over and over again. Home beyond the horizon, an ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Ammonius. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hoped to take back what was once ours. 'Tis a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardships, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe the Emperor Varus still lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chose to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. Alright, let's talk to him again. I have faith you'll deliver us from this madness. Your radiance, by your grace, shall Garlemald be reborn. Alright, we've got one more tincture to give out, so let's go find who to give it to. Over here? I need to turn the music up just a little bit in the background. I don't think you guys are hearing that. It's ambient sound. There we go. Okay. I'll talk to Licinia. She says, "What's that?" And we'll give her one of these warming tinctures. Licinia says, "So this is what you gave the others? Thank you. I'll save it for later." Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Laterum? I saw Legatus however you say the name, Virgilius's troops. Choke on my own tongue there. I saw Legatus Vergilius's troops heading toward the Magna Glacies, whatever, a few days ago. Magna Glacies. Yeah, Glacies. Ugh. Words are hard. A few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Camp Broken Glass, you call it? And Virgilia and her men are all there now? So, how did you reach the Magna Glacies? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Airships. Then there might be a way to... Yes, the character you're seeing that I'm playing right now has a tail. Frail voice. Lucinia? Where is everyone? Lucinia says, Is something the matter? Lucinia says, a voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby Almasti has found its way into the house? It wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people, too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat a Legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you've a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake? There's a small group of tappers living there, people whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. We've already tried asking if they'd share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange. Lots of food. And that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we'd have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies. But there might be another way to pay the tappers. What'll I say? If it's ceruleum you need, then ceruleum you shall have, or you'd best watch out for baby Almasties while we're away. You'd best watch out for baby Almasties while we're away. Yes, of course. If I see any, I'll be sure to shoo them away. To reach Tapper's Den, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky, too. It's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. Alright. We got our marching orders, but yes, she does have a tail. It moves around a little bit. She's kind of trying to look at it. It's a cute little tail. And she's got horns. Whoops. Yeah, she's got horns that act as ears. You can also be a cat person, or a really tall person, a little tiny person. There's also cat daddies that are big cat boys. And then you've got giant men and women that are Rogadins. Alright. Let's go over near the radio so you can hear that a little. Here we go. The radio in this place, it always just kind of gives me chills. Ah, yes, and the bunnies. Yes, the bunny people too. Alright, we're gonna jump down here. That hurt a little bit, but we'll be alright. We're gonna make our way over to that quest. Whoops. Go around the Yeti. Just off-roading with my motorbike. Oh, an aether current. Yoink! Let's go talk to this burly tapper. Tapper says, "Who goes there? How did you find us?" "What do you mean? I stand out like a sore thumb. If the pure bloods over at Victor's Spoils hadn't given away our location, you'd never have found us. Those stuck-up arseholes. Thought they could come waltzing in here, demanding ceruleum with nothing to offer in return. Heh! Looks like the boot's on the other foot now the capital's gone to shite. So they've resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game, sellsword. If they think will give in to intimidation, they'd get another think coming." Woo! Angie boy! And the other boy's an Angie boy. Where's my bird? Is my bird still back at the FC house? Nope, I've got my bird with me. My thunder chicken. My chocobo. Yeah, I always forget about the bunnies. Alright, let's go talk to this guy inside. Stranger says, "There you are!" "Ah, it's Elisay. Just after you left, Lincinia asked me to go and catch up with you, in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I've a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum." So this is Tapper's den. Well then, after you. Who are you? What happened to the guards? Apparently this guy's name is Jarek. Eorzeans and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Elsie says, let me guess. None of you are Garlemald? You were brought from other lands? Jurek says, Girabanya, Yanksha, Bozja, Dalmasca, to name but a few. Some dragged here against our will, others fed bollocks about a better life. All put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of On, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed is ceruleanness. Still sustaining us, even with our paymasters out of the picture. Elsie says, we hear you're experts in drawing out ceruleum from the bottom of the lake. But how can you do that if it's frozen over? Ha! Wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used for much these days. What with the city in ruins, we take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. Elsie says we can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Jurek says, free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us, thanks to the Empire. And the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being. As long as there's a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald as we knew it is gone for good. Elsie says, gone for good. Alright, well, Jurek, do you get something else to say? Jurek says, if you're wondering why we post guards outside, it's because we've had trouble with other refugees, and I don't mean the ones at Victor's spoils. Some of them come bearing weapons and won't take no for an answer. As for the 2 guards you met on the way in, I'll tell them we've discussed once they've recovered from the beating you gave them. Come to think of it, maybe we should ask your contingent to send some bandages and healing balm. Yeah. Elsie says, regardless of all the Islabard contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life will have been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed by in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people? Their lives, their stories, should they be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. Alright. I don't know about that, Glape. Hey, how you doing? Alright, so Jurek says what? Jurek is amiable to making a deal. Alright, so you've come seeking ceruleum, have you? Get my heated shawl back on. Ooh, that feels better already. It's cold here, and I'm in a cold place in game, which makes me feel doubly cold. Alright, that's better. So you've come seeking ceruleum, have you? What? Those purebloods up at Victor's Spoils sent you? To turn to their enemies for help. They must be more desperate than I thought. And again, Lincinia's got her little sister to think about. Elsie says, a sister? But we only saw Lincinia and 3 men. Jarek says it's possible she's died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around there. Or here. I may have refused Lincinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange. But I can spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? Aw, he's helping them out. Olisei says, I can't for the life of me think why Lincinia would keep her sister a secret from us. But we can ask about that after we've delivered the ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. Alright. So we're gonna head back over there. Wow. Look at that blue fire. Let's talk to Elva here. How the bloody hells did you find us here, and who are you? I'll talk to this fella here, too. Allert. Come here from across the ice fields, did you? Then we'd better hope you weren't followed by any of them crazed soldiers, or we're done for. Alright. Let's head on back over to where we came from. Don't think we can get back up there the way that we came, so we're gonna have to go around Robin Hood's little red barn here. Just run right up these stairs with this bike, huh? Whoops. Well, that didn't go as well as I'd hoped. Alright, so... there we go. There's the place we're headed for. Bring them back their kerosene equivalent. Alright, LSA, what do you got to say? LSA says, this isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Alphino would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. Nobody's out. Oh, there's a refugee over here. There we go. Oh no. Sickly refugee says, ah, damn it all. Alphino? Alfie, buddy, what happened? Alright. Alphino says, they asked me to help carry supplies. But when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I fear they fared rather worse than me. Sickly Refugee says, you can't fool us. We know. We know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are, waiting in the wings for us to show weakness. Then you swoop in. Here to help. What rot! All a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. Alphino says, you're wrong. That's not what any of us want. Elsie says, save the arguments for later. We've got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles in a bed that's still warm. It's true. Licinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. Elsie says, but now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours, the Sickly Refugee says. And if you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I'd never give up my people. Elsie says, we're trying to help them, you idiot! Her sister's ill. The empty bottles prove it. So the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry. Or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How can you let them go alone? Sickly Refugee says, to protect them from you! Refugee says, you invaded our homeland, taint it with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. A Garlemald should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them, since the moment you arrived. Alphino says, this is getting us nowhere. Alphino says, I cannot say how Licinia and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries and theirs. I will join you in the search after. Elsie says, all right. Be careful. Elsie says, we'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. Where is my Aether Compass? Not that. There we go. Aether Compass, I need that. That's a ways off. We won't worry about it now. Alright, let's go for the next quest. Alright, let's see. Where are you, Alice? There we are. Alice says, 2 sets of fresh footprints. Young women, judging by the size. This is definitely them. Come on. Alright, let's head on over there, wherever this may lead. Aha! I landed on it this time. Alright, so they're over that way, but I've got my bead on an aether current. There it is. Interact with that. And now we'll go back to the quest. We'll hop off here. And head over to talk to Alice. There's those tracks again. We're headed this way. Alright, LSA says the trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as not to leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts, and I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alphino's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. Ruh-roh. Alright, let's look for some clues. They'll be in this orange area that's showing on my mini-map. There's a clue. Half-buried piece of paper. Wet paper half buried in the snow appears to be a flyer for a theater group, though the run of the show's advertised has long since ended. Okay, that's not the clue that we're looking for. We're gonna keep on going. Oh, there's a glittery bit. So we'll make our way over in here. Fresh blood. Uh-oh. That not good looking. Blood staining the snow appears to be fresh. Judging by the amount, the victim may have been severely wounded. Uh-oh. Trail leads southeastwards. Alright, let's head this way then. Southeast. Oh, there we go. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh no. Oh. The two bodies are already cold. They're a little late to the party, aren't they?
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked.
No, it doesn't count for you, Gleep.
Why wouldn't they?
Good point, Gleep.
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have...
That boy has got some serious PTSD.
We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand. So I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right.
Sure. Ask dead people if you can borrow their shit. What can they say?
You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
Alright, LSA, you got something more to say? Well, let's ask Alphino. Alphino's just kind of numb. Alright, LSA. LSA says there must have been something we could have done, but what? Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? LSA says if only we could have... If only we'd had a chance to talk things over. But it's too late now. Too late by far. Alphino's resolve may be shaken, but he has not forgotten his duty. Alphino says we have already caused enough harm here. Let us return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is make our report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. Alphino says, so let us linger here no more. Come. Oh, I remember how sad this story is. Oh, it's so sad that they would rather die than get help from their former enemies. Alright, so there is an aether current well to the west as well. We might hunt for that on the way back. Maybe. Northwest. Well, we gotta go north. Well, no, that's north. Yeah, that's southwest that we were headed. Northwest is where the aether current is. We'll wait. We'll go look for that later. One to the southwest. Well, we're headed southwest-ish, mostly west. East. 42 east. East. Oh, there. Alright, let's get up here and get that aether current since it's along the way-ish. Back on a motorbike. Let's go make our report. Alright. Lucia. Lucy says, Alice and Alphino tell me that they've finished their preliminary research for survivors, but refrained from saying much more than that. Clearly, they are reluctant to provide details. Might I ask for your account?
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Populares, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events of the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
Et brute.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babil stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varus spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends!
I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans? Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
Alright, so what am I gonna say? I'm going with you? Or what would your mother say if I let you 2 go by yourselves? Of course, what would your mother say?
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
Boy, he's a little pompous, isn't he? But you gotta admit, he's got his pride. Alright. Lucia says we will be Yeah, you will be received as invited guests, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else. Remember this. Thancred, in particular, will be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. Those stresses on words do kind of indicate something, don't they? Alright, Julius. Julius says, are you and the children ready? I will explain the route once we are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. Lucia says, I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. All right. All right, let's go see what little pompous boy has to say. I say little, and I'm not even quite his height. Still thinking like a femro. Alright, mister. Julius says, alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill, then follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. 4. Julius says, children in the lead, I want you where I can see you. Elsie says, we do have names, you know. I'm Alice, and he's Alphino. And last but not least, that's Lithingel. Lithingel. Where have I heard that before? No matter. Alphino and Alice will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter, run towards the station. If you ever think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. Once you choose to depart, Julius will accompany you. Alphino and Alice will then begin moving towards the destination. Make your way to Liminal Station 4 without falling behind. If you leave Julius behind for any reason or lose sight of Alphino and Alice, you may try again by returning to the starting point. Alright, Julius says, ready to take a dash for the station. Yep. Over that hill, right? Of course it starts raining. This must be the road that he mentioned. If we follow this, it should lead to the station. Not the easiest surface to run on. I'm sure it's getting icy in this rain. Elsie says we'd better not draw attention. Alphino says, that's the station, I presume. Alright. Julius. Says this is it. The first stop, that is. Good. It looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Alphino says, are these your headquarters? Julia says, no. We're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept your side of the bargain, we can carry on. Alright. Julia says, north of the station is Regio Domorum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close. No wandering off. Understood? Alright. Julius knows only too well that danger lurks around every corner. From here, we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. Hey, I thought we weren't supposed to draw those. Alphina says, they would attack their own countrymen? Julius says, aye, they spare their own but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. I will lead the way, but in the event that we are seen, you're to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they'll be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take that chance. With that said, let us proceed. Alright. Well, we don't have to do a chase quest this time. That's 27 to the north. That's north. Can we get up there? Well, we'll find out soon enough. Well, I guess we're coming around to this and just continuing the quest. Alright, under attack. So, he said I could fight him this time. Alright, we're going to talk to you in a moment here. Look at these little cars! Beep, beep. They've got cars. Alright, I want to see if I can get up on this thing. So I'm looking for that aether current. Since we're here... There it is. Let's just grab that. Yoink! I'll go back over here and talk to the guy. Go past the parked cars. Beep, beep. Alright, buddy. Julius says, I see why your comrades chose you. Alphino says, Julius, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered, as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Julius says, is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. Hey, Sarah, how's it going? Awesome. Glad to hear you're playing. Alright, so let's head over this way. There's that orange mark on the map that indicates where the next quest location is, up there in this mini-map. So we're going to head over here. And we're under attack again. Let's take care of these guys. Alright. Jolas, what do you got to say? Alright, Jolas says, looks like we're not being followed. We will continue onward. Awesome, Sarah. Congrats. Alright, so looks like we're not being followed. We'll continue onward. I'm gonna hop on my motorbike. You're doing great there. Alright, and we're gonna pop over here. Now, a couple people are gonna be in voiceover on the Free Company Discord later, if they're not in there yet. So if you need some help, it wouldn't hurt to hop in there. You can always ask questions. Alright, so let's talk to Jolas again. He says, I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of a desire to remain undiscovered, and that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. You're welcome. Alright, so let's hop back on the motorbike and continue on. There's an orange arrow up in the mini-map. So that tells me which way to go. We're going to follow this railway that's going about, or well, this pipeline, railway, whatever. Follow along this. I lost it. Over this way. There we are. Oof. There's some butt ugly. There's some butt ugly going on there. Alright. All good. Alright, so Jolas says, look at what they have become. Would you still stand there and claim that they can be cured? Alphino says, those exposed to a vast quantity of the primal's aether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Jolas says, Then you admit it. Now that you have seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you'll think twice before speaking of a cure. Alright, well, we're going to continue onward somewhere around this mountain of snow. Well, there's the rails again. Over that way. Okay. Alphina says, though I wish there was another way. I thank you for keeping us from harm. LSA says, even here in the outskirts, it's plain to see how vastly different Garlemald is compared to other cities. Alright, Julius. Giving me nasty looks. Julius says, well, we're almost there. You've kept your side of the agreement, so I'll keep mine. This way. Quite the place. Ominous. Alright. Julius says, this is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I will be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Alright, well, let's head down here. These don't look like stairs, but okay. Theodora, huh? Let's talk to this one. She clearly has no intention of speaking to you. Okay. Somebody else just sitting in... Okay. Well, is this not something else? I'm hearing that radio again. Alphino and LSA. LSA says, I had no idea they had such expansive structures built underground. Alphino says... in for a cutscene. Alright, Alphino says, it's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. Elsie says, they could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Alphino says, indeed, and if Julius was willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass to search for food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Julius says, lower your voices. While you may be here as my guests, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive over there. I'm just faintly hearing that radio. I know you guys probably can't hear it. Alright. Julius. And then there's imposing commander. He says, I'll deal with you in a moment. Julius. And we get a cutscene. Maybe it's voiced.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the First Legion.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop! Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
Effective.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
Alright, what am I gonna say? Because even the most bitter adversary may one day see reason, or on the coldest, blackest of nights, meager though it may be, we must share the warmth of our fire. As seems to be tradition, it's the second one. On the coldest, blackest of nights, meager though it may be, we must share the warmth of our fire.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
Well then. Pisses me off that they collared the twins. Holding them hostage against us. Against our good behavior. Alright. Well, let me attune to this. Not responding. Not yet. Alright. Let's talk to the twins. Alphino says it'll take more than a trifle such as this to deter us. Compared to what Garlemald's people have suffered in recent days, these collars are a minor inconvenience. And Alice says, I have to remind myself not to touch it, even if it starts to itch. I'd rather not set it off by accident. Anyway, enough about that. Let's learn what we can from the refugees. And Julius has his orders, unpleasant though they may be. He says, as per Lord Quintus's instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here in Tertium. Before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any other means to remove your collars. Nor would I tell you if I did. And if you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So, do you truly intend to speak with the others? Or was that merely a ruse? Alphino says, we're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus, if that's what you mean. Or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision? Julius says, do as you will, but remember, I'll be watching. If I catch wind that you're doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, those shock collars will be the least of your worries. Understood? Alcé says, though we've somewhat compromised. To put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of their situation, and above all else, don't use magics of any sort. Julius says, you, on the other hand, may go wheresoever you wish. Even outside the camp, I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alphino and Alice will pay the price. Well, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna go talk to people. Alright. Okay, so... Says, you came with Julius, didn't you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you'd best keep your hands off that aetherite. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess about with it. There are others throughout the city, built by Garleans, for Garleans. Could teleport all over the blink. Yeah, could teleport all over in a blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the aetherite's power to keep this place lit, though that comes at the cost of its normal function. Okay, so that's why it's not working. Hey, there's a radio. This radio is the same model as the one used at Victor's spoils. Perhaps it is what saved the soldiers here from being tempered. Okay. Let's go see somebody else with a quest marker. Marcellinus has elf ears under that hat. Elizan ears. Alright. Says, I know who you are, the so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face by the blood of our fallen compatriots. I swear I'll... Damn, tore the sutures. Of all the times, the worst of the lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the thirds bleeding us, we'd be the end of you. Virgilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life, but we made our escape, took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then night fell and we gathered around the radio. Then the roar, the terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this a mercy. Mind intact, body broken, a soldier in name alone. I'd cut you down if you where you stand if I could, murderer. Woof. Sabin Anus. Alright, Sabin Anus. So cold. This young soldier is on the verge of losing consciousness. Alright, let's go talk to this other one, Octavia. Oh, she's got little ears on her hat, too. No tail, so it must be an Ellison. It's you, Lithigal Triad. I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them. My comrades, my friends, swept them aside in their dozens as though they were nothing to you. And maybe I am too, just another faceless enemy to be cut down. But it won't be long until our countrymen return, until you get what you deserve. Mark my words. Whew. Alright, well, let's head over here. No, not in here. Somebody to talk to around here. And this one. There's Alphino. Tell me, where does it hurt? Somebody's tending to somebody over there. My arm, it's killing me. Okay. Alphino says, did you learn anything of note? Then your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there is precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? Alright, let's head down here. Hi, LSA. LSA. So cold and probably hasn't had a proper meal in days. If only we'd brought some food with us, but perhaps I could use a little magic to... No, I mustn't. God, this is so frustrating. What's this guy say? How much longer are we going to be stuck down here? This is no way to live. Well... This guy says, no matter what may betide, I've my daughter, and that alone will keep me from succumbing to even the darkest of nights. Okay. This guy's like, it hurts. What's this one say? I've never been this cold or this hungry in all of my life. While Garlemald was built on a frozen waste, the city itself was always a warm, inviting place. Now, all at once, it's in ruins. Well... And Flavius says, after we assist him, who's there? My eyes, I can't see all that well. Ah, thank you. The numbness has subsided a little. But I know I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in that way. Jeez. Alphino says, so those you met fare no better. I was afraid you'd say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies? Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Julius could persuade him. Though we need to persuade Julius first. Alright. Well, Julius. I guess we're gonna go talk to Julius. There he is. Can we be persuasive? Julius says, well, seen enough? Alphino says, Julius, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? Julius says, we've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses, as most families kept some store away in the event that they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we've a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greater concern, though. We had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees, or one of the afflicted for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. Elsie says, if it's ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity, Julius says. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Everything will change. What'll I say? One of your comrades mentioned something along those lines, or those mysterious countrymen of yours, I assume? Those mysterious countrymen of yours, I assume. Second one. Julius says, heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Telophoroi. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. We'd identified the seat of the enemy's power, we realized. Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion saying as much, and instructing them to join forces with the provincial legions to prepare for a combined assault on the Telophoroi. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garlemald. And they need help now. Say the word. We'll bring you ceruleum. Julius says, I will speak with Lord Quintus. Sarah, what name are you using inside the game itself? It'll make it easier for us to find you. Alright, Alice says, so, Did he agree to it? Julius says no. He will not place Garlemald in the debt of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Alphino says, very well. After all, many hands make light work. Julius. You lot are more trouble than you're worth. Alright. Thank you. Alright, so once we are outside, Julius says, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. Alright. Julius. His park materials. Julius finds himself in that somewhat bizarre position of leading ambassadors of an enemy contingent on a salvage mission. Julius says, we will begin our search for ceruleum in Regio Urbanissima. The first location is Forum Solace, a park to the northwest of this station. You are to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. Alright, time to go play fetch. Onto the motorbike I go. Sarah, if you open the friends list, I'm not sure what it is on a controller to open it, but let's see. Social. Under social, down here in these orange, reddish orange buttons down here, you'll find friends list. When you open that up, it'll have a thing pop up. And you can accept a friend request through that. There should also be a notice of some sort that if you tap on it, that should bring it up. Alright, so let's go here. And see what there is to see. We don't want to tangle with that thing. Alright, that'll bring us around up to here. Huh. Oh, I just saw the hint of an aether current. So we'll go grab that. And then hop over here. That guy over there looks mighty cold. Running around in shorts and an open shirt like that. Alright, Alphino says, to think this macabre graveyard for war mechana was once a park. Julius says, this is the place. Alright, LSA, what do you get to say? LSA says, so this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all these buildings. Julius says, actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were built later around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. This park was so named after the founding father of the empire, the great Salus Zos Galvus. Alphino says, did we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked Magitech armor? Julia says, no, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the machina in the vicinity. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time in case something's been overlooked. Alphino says, I see. Then with your permission, we'll commence the search. Alright. Time to go looking around up here. Oh, there's a glittery spot over there. A cursory inspection of the wrecked Magitech armor confirms that the fuel canisters have long since been drained of ceruleum, as Julius said. Well, that's one down. Alright, there's another glowy bit over here. Whoops. Oh, that's a slide. Contraption is built in the style of Imperial War Machina, armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations, but on closer inspection, it appears to be no more than a children's slide. Okay. Oh, there's 3 slides on it. Cute! And we can't slide down it, but oh well. There's another glittery spot up there. Map of Forum Solius. Several points of interest are marked on the map of Forum Solace. The pond, children's play areas, to your knowledge, however, none would require the use of ceruleum. Alright, and then we had a glitter spot down below that we're going to check out. The shop counter. Oh goodness. Alright. Though rather small by Garlemald standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant's stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play at shopkeeper. There's nothing inside resembling Magitech or any other devices that would be fueled by ceruleum. Huh. Cute little nook, though. Alright, well, let's go. Back out into this rain. Dreary place. Oof. Alright, Julius. Let's talk to Julius. Julius says, oh, it's you. Any luck? Elfino says there's no sign of any ceruleum. Jules says, hardly surprising. Disappointing nonetheless. Elsie says, I couldn't help noticing you gazing at the pond. Is there something the matter? Jules says, what? Yes, I mean, no, It's just, I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over. So, like all the other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed there if I didn't drag them out. We'd be sopping wet when all was said and done. Every time. And every time, when we'd get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. Elfino says, the pond was heated. Hey, Laura! Happy Saturday! Elfino says, with a ceruleum-powered heater by chance? Jules says, I suppose it must have been. Come to think of it, I remember seeing engineers changing out a tank beneath a hatch? Jules says, but that was a long time ago, when the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. We can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. I'll wager it's still unbearably cold, though. Elsie says, Jules, what are your thoughts on magic? Jules says the average Garlean would jump out of their skin if they saw it, but the first is a few foreign signiferi and medici, so it doesn't scare me. Elsie says, then I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now? Elfino, as you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of fire should do the trick. Elfino says, leave it to me. Jules says, you're not planning to go in there, are you? Elsie says, of course I am. That tank isn't going to fetch itself. It's nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake, like how the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park, and we have a way of warming ourselves up after. Jules says, but that's insane. Elsie says, so, fancy a dip? What am I going to say? A little friendly competition might make things interesting. The last thing we need is you catching a cold, or step aside while I drink the pond dry. That way, we'll find it in no time. Oh, I'll drink that pond. Ew, ew. No, I'm not drinking that pond dry. We're going with a second one. Last thing we need is you catching a cold. If you're that concerned for my well-being, you can dive in and help me look. The quicker we find the ceruleum, the sooner we can get out of here. Alright. Oh, LSA's starting to look cold. We better go looking for this. Point of interest. Yes, Diane, your name is showing up green. Alright, so you delve into the murky water and come up empty-handed. To add injury to insult, the icy wind on your damp clothes chills you to the bone. Woo! Chilly, chilly, chilly. You delve into the murky water, but come up empty-handed to add insult to injury. I'm cold! Oof. And we're going to check this one, too. You delve into the murky water, but come up empty-handed. To add injury to insult, now I'm chilled again. Well, we're going to check this last spot. So, yeah, Diane has the, place of pride of being the first member for the channel. Alright, beneath the water, your fingers catch on to what you think might be a handle. We found it! You open the hatch and retrieve a ceruleum tank. Alright. And I'm cold! However, your grand discovery comes at great personal cost. As you become acutely aware of the freezing cold and a rancid odor emanating from every ilm of your body, Julius will doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver to him your prize. Alright. Well, we found it. Let's get out of this water. Whew. Tad bit nipply in there. Get out of there, Alice! Alright, Julius says, did you find anything? Sniff, sniff. I hope you did. Alright, temperature regulator ceruleum tank. Alright. Julius says, that's it. And there's still some ceruleum left. The fire's not yet ready. Hold on. I'll give Alphino a hand. LSA says, call me an Eldon, because by fire I am reborn, and my clothes are mostly dry now, too. Jules says, I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated, in Lord Quintus's eyes, you're still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Elsay says your concern is duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Alphino says, Julius, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? Julius says, I did. Not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contribution to the Empire awarded an estate. We lived well, better than many. Alsay says, what was Garlemald like in those days? Julius says, everything. It was everything you could imagine, and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat, and sitting down for a hot meal with family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving the same welcome. Knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song, of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite, the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Gray clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings we'd climb to the top of the tallest building we could find to watch the sunrise. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble. Those friends dead and those memories. But if I could reclaim but a fraction of what we once had. Soon. Our chance will come soon. We just need to hold on a little longer. Alright, and that's that quest complete. Yeah, Laura, I thought I was going to wait a little longer on it, but I can always add more perks to the setup that I made. So, better to get it started now and then add more value later. So I started it up yesterday, and yeah. Alright, so let's talk to Julius. Julius, words, check please. Let's start that over again. Now that the fire has burned out, Julius is ready to move on. No good deed. Julius says, alright, now that you've recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search just outside the park. Alright, let's go check where he wanted us to go. Check both ways before we cross the street. Alright, Julius. Julius says, as you can see, this place is littered with the remnants of various types of war machina. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took a more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time, that time being now. Rather than prize them apart piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you to stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering, though, you should check the machina's ceruleum gauge to see if there's any left. It would still provide an accurate reading, even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use an explosive or not. Should you need more, come see me. Alright. Alphino says, understood. Let's get to work. Alright. Destroyed Magitech armor. According to the gauge, this unit's tank is empty. So we don't need to do anything with that one. Let's check this one. The gauge is broken, giving you no way to determine how much fuel its tank may hold. Alright, well, we're gonna pop a little bomb on that. There we go. After successfully removing the outer casing and retrieving the tank, you find it to be completely empty. Dang. Well, let's go check this one. Broken gauge. Stand back and pop it off anyway. Completely empty. Dagnabbit. Couple over there. Let's look out for things that might attack us. Alright. Oh, I need more explosives. I need some more? Here. I have a fair amount to spare today, but tomorrow is another story. We can't afford to waste them on units with nothing to offer, so be sure to check first. Of course, if the gauge is damaged, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, well... It's empty, so we're not going to do anything with it. And that gauge is broken, so let's try it. Ah, we retrieved the War Machina's ceruleum tank to find it still half full, or half empty, depending on one's perspective. Either way, Julius is sure to be pleased with our discovery. Alright, let's go deliver that. I'm gonna go around this way because there's that big old thing over there that could attack us. So, we're gonna go this way. Let's go. Enough playing with explosives! Alright. Julius says more explosives? Wait, is that what I think it is? Yes, it's a tank. Julius says, "You've done it again. Truly, luck is on your side. With this, we should be able to refuel quite a few of our heaters. It's time we headed back. Wait here while I go and see what Alice and Alpha know, or see how they're faring." I don't want to wait here, but alright. Yep, very true, Laura. Very true. Standing in the middle of the street, in the rain, without my umbrella.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we?
It's Thancred!
Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of our scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until...
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile. It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
Bamboozled!
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil. Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Oh, what are we gonna say? Do as he says. Everything will be all right. Have faith. As seems to be tradition today. Everything will be all right. Have faith. Second choice.
Get them out of here.
I sure hope that damn thing has a safety on it. I do not like this one bit. What they've done to the twins. Alright. You! You naughty boy. Julius says Alpino and Alice will be fine, provided they do not resist. Yeah. You said that before, and now they're your prisoners. Alright. Once again, Julius has been entrusted with an unenviable task. Julius says you'll accompany me back to your camp, where I'll meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, there's something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. That task falls to Legionnaires Marcellinus and Octavia, who will pilot Magitech armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the ill for further details. In those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. Ask the ill. The isle. Alright. Well, we'll talk to Marcellinus. Marcellinus says, you again. Ask the illy, he said. Sigh. So, that's to be the way of it. After all this. Yeah, really, Paul. Alright, Marcellinus says, how ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, then so be it, for the glory of Garlemald. And Octavia? Alright. Octavia says, what do you want with me? Octavia says, ask the ill. So Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew he would understand, that he would recognize the savage is a ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat him, we too must be uncompromising. I am ready. In the name of Emperor Varus, for the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty. Alright, let's go talk to Julius. Well, he seems to be a little ways away. Let's get on the bike. He's outside. Alright. Euless says, have you done as instructed? What'll I say? Their duties involve more than the transportation of supplies, don't they? Or what do you mean by ask the ill? What do you mean? Euless says, I am not at liberty to divulge that. What I can say is this. You have no cause for concern if our demands are met. You and I are in this together now. Like it or not, we have to cooperate. There's one other matter, a place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. Alright. But I ain't walking. I've got a bike. Whoa! That could have jumped me. That could jump me too. Alright, Euless. Alright, we're here. Euless lingers by the ruins, reluctant to leave and reluctant to stay, unable to move. Wait here? Yeah, sure. That thing better not jump me. Yeah, it didn't look like that short of a walk. Quick bike ride, though. Just in case it's voiced, I'm going to mute the mic for a second.
This is my home. Our home. At least it was, until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to. I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped.
This poor man. For all that he's put them through in the last little bit. God, he's been through a lot.
I promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen, our loved ones who lived and died. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us?
I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
It's no use.
Gotta admire Eulis's voice actor. He did convey that very, very well. You could feel the pain there.
Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But she wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
It's so cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics, to see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, Well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
Lad's already gained a lot of wisdom in his short years.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all.
Absolutely. The twins, individually and as a unit, they are quite smart.
And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
I adore her.
Thank you, Alice.
The scouts have secured Alize and Alphino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return!
Agreed.
Stop, both of you!
This child may be the worst emissary I have ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies. Every word.
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Brace yourselves.
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by.
That radio playing in the background. Giving me chills!
Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
Whew. Deep breath. Yeah, that is no solution to anything. Dang. I'm half afraid to see what Julius says, but... Alright, Julius says we will make no attempt to resist. And Lucius says, much and more has occurred since last we met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. I hope you got a Ouija board. Alright. Talk to Lucia again. With the immediate crisis averted, Lucia seeks to gain a clearer understanding of the present situation. Whew! Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the dispossession of their forces. Lucia says, they are preparing for war, while the refugees in their care were left to go hungry. A reckless, short-sighted plan that risks the welfare of the people they are sworn to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we are to arrive in force with the intent to do so, we would only elicit panic. But perhaps they can be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Euless back to the station and have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling or unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. Alphino, Alice, and the scouts sent to extricate them extricate them. Okay, I did say the right word. Should already be at the station. I will also have our other comrades in the area lend their support should it be needed. Euless says, understood. Oof. Well, if you ever get a PC, Diane, there is a lot of content here to get into long before you get to this. Maybe someday you'll be able to play. Alright, so there's a blue marked quest over here with a plus symbol. I need to pick that up. That will end up probably bringing me to an Aetheryte current at some point. So we'll pick that up. Yep. Just who I was looking for. Blah, 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 blah. Tapper's Den, yada, yada. Yep. Very same platform that's at the head of the Imperial's primary energy pipeline. What's more, he's Garlemald. I was convinced the only engineers left in Tapper's Den were from conquered territories. In any case, I'm not qualified to judge the motives of the man. I'd feel much more at ease if I had someone of your experience helping make the call. I thank you for your willingness to assist. Let us go and speak with the tapper in question then. He's a man by the name of Apius. Alright, we'll deal with that. Yeah, I think Steam Deck can play. Alright, let's do this side quest. And catch our breaths. Apis says, I suppose you must be a friend of Rimnald that wanted to fetch. Apis says, you have my thanks for getting him to agree to my proposal. Rimnald says, oh no, do not misunderstand. I have yet to agree to any such thing. I merely wanted someone else present during our talk. Very well, though I do believe my pro-offered deal would be a boon to us and the Elsebard contingent alike. I used to work on Juturna Platform G, you see. So I know more than most about the facility and its operation. That may be so, but your relationship to the facility notwithstanding, why should a Garlean such as yourself still be taking refuge in Tapper's Den? We've been led to believe the former workers residing there were from other territories. Apis says, you're right on that technicality. I was a supervisor rather than your typical staff. When the platform went down, it only seemed right that I stay with my crew. I always thought we were close, but living alongside them in Tapper's Den has made me realize that I took them and their skills for granted, and that's to say nothing of the blind eye I turned to their struggles. That's why I came to you. It's high time I be of some real use to them, and everyone else if we're lucky. If we manage to get the platform back in working order, it'll dramatically increase our capacity to pump and refine ceruleum for everyone in the region. Sadly, we're more than a few hands short of a full workforce, not to mention a lack of supplies, which is precisely where you come in. Help us get things up and running again, and you'll have your share of the ceruleum coming out of the rig. You couldn't come up with a more mutually beneficial arrangement if you tried. Rimnald says, so he says. What do you think? What'll I say? He seems trustworthy to me, or I'm a little uneasy about this. I'm gonna say he sounds trustworthy. What's he got to lose, right? Rimnald says, yes, I've been leaning the same way myself. Ultimately, what he says about the potential benefits is true. Nevertheless, I doubt the higher-ups would assent to this. Yeah, a lot of Final Fantasy games that would be on a tablet would cost something. This costs something when you're past the trial, too. But most Final Fantasy games are well worth it. Different stories to all of them. Alright, Apius says, I suppose that is how it goes when you're dealing with military types. For what it's worth, I do understand the hesitancy to throw your lot in with someone from a hostile nation. Thus, part 2 of my proposal. I shall do you a service to prove myself worthy of the contingent's trust. I had a look around the fringes of your camp here before you arrived, and I've spotted a few ceruleum engines in need of repair. If I fixed them up, your superiors would have no reason to suspect that I would want to see you driven out. Less reason in any case. Assisting us with use of local technology would go a long way, I'd imagine. That said, I've not heard anything from about the ceruleum engines we've scavenged breaking down. Apius says it's not as if they're entirely useless yet, but I guarantee they're not running as they should. Give me the opportunity, and I can have them working more efficiently and safely. You are welcome to accompany me while I do so. That way, you can ensure that I don't get up to anything suspect, and then vouch for me with your superiors. Rimnald says, I have no objections. I trust you'll sense nothing amiss? Or, you'll sense anything amiss? Yeah, if there's anything's wrong, I'll find out. Ippa says, let us begin with a proper inspection then. We can go get to work as soon as you're ready. Alright. Ippa says, though the ultimate objective is to get the engines running at full capacity, the purpose of this inspection is to work out what parts we'll need. However, I would hate to fumble something and be accused of sabotage, so I'd appreciate it if you could be the one to lay hands on the devices. Never fear, I'll be right behind you, telling you what to look for. I'm not sure quite what you mean. Right, Epis says, if we inspect, say, 3 of them, we should have a decent idea of what needs repair. Lead the way. Alright, he's now accompanying us. Keep him at my side for the quest objectives. Yada, yada, yada. There are many, many versions of Final Fantasy from a 1st edition onward. This particular one is Final Fantasy XIV. It has a free trial that goes all the way to level 60. And then you would have to buy the game and also have a monthly subscription for it. You can also play 14 on PlayStation 4 and 5. But there is a just base Final Fantasy. The one I started with was the trial for 14, which the trial is for A Realm Reborn, and it includes Heaven's Ward, which is the first expansion. Maybe Paul can find you the trial link. That is, again, for PC and for PlayStation 4 and 5, however. It's not something that you'd be able to play on a tablet. Let's go see what we can find here for this quest. Anything around the back here? No. In here? No. Over here? Nope. Nothing in there. There we go, something glittering. Let's examine that engine. Paul, what I was asking about is if you can find the link for the free trial for Final Fantasy XIV. If you can find it and put it in chat, that'd be wonderful. Actually, also, there we go. That way you can actually post a link in there. Alright, so we've checked out the first of those. Let's go find another one. Any more glittering things? There's a glittering thing over there. There's the second engine we're looking for. And I need to find the last one. Ah, it's glittering over there now. We just were in here. Alright, and there it is. Let's check that out too. Thank you. I'll pin that. Yes, yes. XIV is the Roman numerals for 14. Alright, praise be for your to your deft hands. I have an idea of what our next steps ought to be, though perhaps it would be best to appraise Garlemald of our progress at first. Yep, alright. So we'll go turn this in. Cool. Garlemald says, how are our engines? If it says, alas, I fear that each of those that we examined are guaranteed to break down sooner or later should you continue using them in their current state. Surely you jest. I swear on my integrity as an engineer. You are in dire need of instruction in the proper operation of ceruleum engines. You saw the little lamp light up when you touched the switch, correct? That only illuminates when there's an issue with the engine. They were switched off for want of fuel when the settlement was abandoned, no doubt, which prevented them from burning out, only to let them freeze solid instead, or your lot turned them on. From the state they're in, I can only assume it didn't occur to you to warm them up first. I noticed you have heating technology of your own, but it would do you no good should the engines be to power them break. Now, will it? You have nothing to lose and everything to gain from my assistance. I'm a machinist from Frozen Climes myself, and what you say sounds plausible enough. Very well. On behalf of the camp, I formally ask you to repair the ceruleum engines. I suppose that means I will be taking responsibility if anything goes wrong, so you may as well use your own two hands this time. That's the spirit. I knew you'd come around. Alright. So, completed that. And that gets me another Aether Current sorted. Now we're going to go back to the main scenario quest. We got to go find Alisaie. Let's bring up the big map. She's all the way back over there. Let's go hoofing it on our mighty motorcycle. Vroom vroom. All right. Let's head on over. Cut across country a little bit. Square Enix is the name of the company that produces the game. That train is totally derailed. Ah, okay. Sarah, did anybody get you into the link shell? And if maybe Paul can come help you out. All right, so we're going to talk to Alice. All right, Alice says, let's go. Julius. We arrived just before you did, and too late. Julius says, too late for what? What happened? First Legion soldier says, it's Lord Quintus. He took his own life. After the news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties. Then, when he was alone, Julius says, no. No, he wouldn't. Ryanji says, Thancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to the remains. In due course, shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. First Legion soldier said, he released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free. Free to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us, Graha says, I've just this moment spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer of the refugees here to Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. First Legion soldier says, some would rather die. But most of us just want to live. Songs and standards be damned. We just want to live. LSA says, we need to speak to with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If any would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over for them. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see that they reach our camp safely. Julius. That man is shaken to his core. Understandably so. Alright, let's head inside. Alright, let's talk to this guy. It was only ever a dream, wasn't it? To think we could reclaim it, rebuild it all ourselves. Before this began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there's a chance I might see them again, I'll take it. So take me, I'll take it with you. Take me with you, please. Alright, Sarah. What you want is this purple button with the blue little bit of blue in the middle of it. Let's see. Actions and traits. If you are with the controller and everything, you want the first on the left of these buttons down at the bottom, the one that says character, and then actions and traits that comes up. If you hit that, and then go to not actions, you want general. Okay? And then the return button is this one. This purple one. That will get you back to whatever was set as your home point, which in your case, Sarah, is Gridania. In case you don't have it on a hotbar. If you don't have it active yet, that means you've only attuned to the stuff inside of Gridania, which means if you revive, it'll bring you back to that spot as well. You'll need to attune to an aetheryte in another location, another world map, before the return and teleport things will become buttons you can actually use. Alright, so we're going to talk to Queso here. Well, got the aetheryte sorted in the end. All it took was a few adjustments, and now it'll work as well as it ever did. From what I can tell, the one in Latrium is also functioning as normal. That's where you lot are staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving this place, I reckon there'll be more use for me and my skills back over in your camp. Okay, that means we can attune to this puppy. Oh, well, I'm sorry you can't do that on your tablet, Diane. Hopefully someday you'll be able to play. Yeah, New Gridania is okay. Huh, I wonder why you couldn't get back. Yep. Alright. Got another person to talk to in here. Levius. He was inside the train, if I remember right. Yeah, there he is. Arianje's helping somebody. Alright, let's talk to Flavius. Flavius says, it's you, the one who treated me with such kindness. I heard from the others that you're not from around here. I thought you were one of us. Not that it makes any difference now. Purebloods, migrants, savages. After a while, those words start to lose meaning, until all you've left with is anger and fear and hate, and I'm too tired. If you and yours have come to offer aid, I'd be glad to accept it. Alright, let's go talk to somebody else. Inside, outside. Next train over. There we go. Oof. The feels again. Alphino says we have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on Camp Broken Glass, what we'd hoped to talk about with Quintus. But all that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are any of the refugees willing to come to our camp? Alphino says, thank the 12. Thank the 12. Thancred says, you and I should go first and secure the route back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and tempered skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Conqueror's Chain, courtesy of our Lemosian friends. I'd save it for the tempered, though. Alright, Thancred says, I'll mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet you back at our camp. Alright, let's go to these designated locations. It looks like we're going to have an 8th or current quest to pick up from this azure-haired woman. Excuse me, ma'am. Have you seen a little boy with hair similar shade to mine? He's my son, and I can't find him anywhere. It all started when I told him we ought to seek refuge in your encampment, and he started wailing and sobbing like I'd never seen. The next thing I knew, he was running a hell for leather goodness knows where. I'm worried he may have left the station altogether, and the streets above are rife with danger. Please, could you help me find him? Oh, you will? Bless your heart. If I know my son, he's probably tried to return to our house to the north of Palatum Novum. Try there first, before anywhere. He'll be easy to recognize, I should think. What with the color of his hair and all. Understandable, understandable. So, Sarah, if you get in a pickle and somebody's asking for your location while it is a pain to type on the controller, what you would want to do is use the / and then put in L and then the number 1. That'll put you in the right menu for chatting on it. And then you would just put yourself in there so you can type in there. And a lot of times what you might use it for is to put in a bracket that faces to the pointy end would face to the left. Then you put the letters P-O-S, and then you'd close bracket it with the bracket that faces to the right, and then you'd hit enter, and that would put your location in there. And that would help us find you, so if you needed a res or something. Okay? Alright, so we're going to worry about the boy. Well, let's see. Yeah, let's go worry about that boy first, since he should be evacuating with the others. Go find her kid. Another blocked street, the azure-haired boy says. Who are you? Yep, somebody can put it into Discord even. Oh, Mother sent you. Oh, I've got to take care of this thing before I can do anything else. Let's get my thunder chicken out, my chocobo. Wombo combo time. There we go. Big bada boom. Alright, let's talk to the boy again. Another blocked street. Who are you? Mother sent you? Humph. Tell her I won't go to the enemy's camp. I'm going home. The boy with the sky blue hair has made good his escape. You'd best resume your search for this obstreperous youth. Obstinate youth. Alright. Let's go find the kid. Well, there's a destination. Alright, I sent you a DM with that. Alright, so the azured hair boy. Stop following me! Sorry, kid, but your mom sent me for you. Once again, the boy with the sky blue hair is taken off, and will likely be looking over his shoulder for signs of trouble from now on. With a weary sigh, you resume the hunt. Kids. Follow the boy from a safe distance. The objective will fail if you are noticed or if you fall too far behind. Again with this. Should fail to complete it, you can try again by coming over to this location. Alright, well, let's chase after the boy. While being chased after by that. This way's blocked too? Yup. Let Chocobo take care of it, I hope. Kid thinks he's lost me. Must have been the wind. That's an angry mob, and it just ignored that kid. But it wouldn't ignore me. Shit. Kid spotted me. Alright, you have a good night, Sarah. Congrats on reaching level 11. Well done. Alright, so let's try that again with chasing the boy down. Stop following me. Alright. He says I'm going home no matter what. And that thing just leaves him alone. Okay, he didn't spot me that time. Alright. Now I can safely approach. As your haired boy says, no, our home. It was here, right here. You again. Leave me alone. I'm staying here to build a new house. Bigger and better than the old one. Oh, kid. Child has escaped your grasp yet again, though this may be construed as a particularly tiresome endeavor. Remember, he is only a child and knows no better. You'd find him before he comes to harm. Kid. Alright, let's get the luggage out again. Hail, luggage! Let's go save the boy. To battle! Big bada boom. There we go. Alright, kid. Are we done with the nonsense, kid? Azure hair boy is like, why do you care so much? We're enemies, remember? Why are you trying to help me? You need help and I'm offering it? Or how would your mother feel if something were to happen to you? How would your mother feel? Down on his level, even. Alright. Edged hair boy sniffle. I don't care what you say. We don't need your help. But Mother's worried. I should go back to the station. Alright, let's go back to the station ourselves so we can turn that in. Look at all the distance we chased that dang kid halfway across the city. Incorrigible. Something thinks it's gonna bite my butt. It's not gonna bite my butt. I'm gonna outrun it because I'm on my motorcycle. Vroom vroom. We're gonna cut through the park. Vroom 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 vroom. Zoom 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 zoom. There we go. Alright, kid. Here's your mom. As your haired woman says, I was wondering when I would see you again. I'm happy to report my son has returned, poor creature. You should have seen him, tears pouring down his little cheeks, crying apologies to me. I know that you were the one who found him, though he didn't mention a word of it to me. I almost couldn't believe my ears when he said he wouldn't mind moving to your camp. He was dead against it only hours ago. What could have happened, I wonder? Hi, Smurf Fat. Ooh, careful. Careful, little girl. There's a candle going up here. Alright. What? He was attacked? By that horrid Magitech, you say? Goodness, that must have been quite a shock to my little man. Thank you for coming to his rescue. There is a salutary lesson to be learned from all this, though. One that I hope he retains. Do not scorn a pro-offered hand when one is in need, whether that hand be friend or foes. At any rate, I thank you for finding him. It's not much, but please, I insist. Aether current! Yay! That much closer to being able to fly here. I don't have it unlocked on the other end of things, though, and I need to traipse across the countryside, so let's get going back over to the actual main scenario quests. Oh, we can't go through that hole that I clearly should be able to fit through. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, we got places to go and things to contain. Let's go get them. We have a path to clear. There we go. Here's the first spot. We can just kill this. We don't need to use the binding on it, I don't think. Since this isn't something tempered. Alright, that's the first one dealt with. Alright. Let's come up to spot number 2, that purple glowy bit. Alright. This, we should use the binding on after we get it worn down a little bit. Alright, now we can bind him. And head on to the third location. We'll avoid the Jotuns. Here's another destination. No threats. And go to the next location. We're almost back to the Camp Broken Glass. That's another one of them that's tempered. So once we knock him silly, we'll use the bind on him. Use that chain on him. Alright. Now we can speak with Thancred. Alright, Thancred. Ah, there you are, he says. As expected, I ran into a few beasts who went down without much of a fight. The tempered proved somewhat troublesome, but those chains should keep them under control until our allies take them into custody. With that taken care of, I'm to gather a few supplies and then return to the station. While I see to that, would you mind appraising Lucia of our progress? As it happens, I have some rather pertinent information from our recent scouting forays, but I'll save that for later. First things first and all that. Alright. Let's head on into camp. Go talk to Lucia. Alright. What's she got to say? Ah, I was informed of Quintus's suicide. It must have come to quite a great shock to his men. What are the refugees? I'm told some are receptive of our proposal, but I would hear your first-hand account. That so many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate their situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcome. The troops who participated in the ambush are no exception. They will be afforded the same treatment as any other refugees, perfidy notwithstanding. After all, even if I wanted to make an example of them, there's no one left to learn from it. We will tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under the direct orders of their legatus, and that, following his suicide, they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought that had he lived, he would be tried as a war criminal and his men punished with him. Perhaps by taking his own life, he hoped to absolve them of any culpability. Or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. Who can say? I didn't know the man, or his heart, his reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him, and it falls to us to clean up the mess. Alright, and that's that quest complete. Lucia, you've got something more to say? Lucia has further news for you. Alright. I assume you're curious about matters, or how matters have progressed in your absence. Quite well, as it happens. Now that we've procured ceruleum from the Tapper's Den, the recent repaired heaters can provide much-needed warmth. Furthermore, we've prepared sufficient food for everyone. Those from Tertium shall find a hot meal waiting upon their arrival. There's one for you, so go ahead and get some well-earned rest. I believe that we're capable of wielding a ladle or two without your assistance. On your way, may I ask that you seek out Y'shtola? She was but recently attending to the wounded, but she's meant to be taking a rest herself. See that she is. You got a good point there, Lucia. It might be time for a break. Might be time for a rest. So we're gonna go see Y'shtola and start thinking about wrapping things up pretty soon here. Alright, Y'shtola says, yes, I have been taking proper breaks and imbibing sufficient water. She's staying hydrated. But, what of the Warrior of Light? You and the twins have an established history of reckless disregard for your own well-being. Guilty as charged. We're all fortunate that none of you landed yourselves in my care. I've already quite enough to deal with, between the tempered and the first wounded. Alas, though I can mend their bodies, the toll their experience has taken on their hearts and minds is another matter altogether. For their sakes, we mustn't waver. But nor must we rush ahead in eagerness to see the day won, and in so doing invite disaster. Natural, complete, or utter, or impending, whatever the case may be. Upon settling down for supper, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Alright. Let's sit down to supper and enjoy some cutscenes. I'm going to mute the mic because hopefully these are voiced and I don't recall if they are or not. Soup.
Is that all of them?
last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
Warmth. At last.
Marvelous, isn't it? All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was our Leminson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
The hells you did! We were there every step of the way.
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
I did a damn sight more than you lily-livered bilge rat.
Take that back!
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Here.
At ease, man. There's nothing funny in it.
I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
Damn right.
I know this is not a dream, and yet... I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination, that my world had been forever changed. And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, again you change my world in ways I never thought possible. Were it not for you and your fellow scions, the rifts between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzea. The Ilsabard contingent. We owe it all to you. We've shed many tears in recent days, of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter.
What shall I say? As do I, or we often don't have the luxury of choice. As do I. We're gonna break tradition here, and we're gonna go with the first one. As do I.
I'm honored to fight by your side. As an Eorzean and Garlean both, I shall do all in my power to bring my peoples together.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast, as if they still share in this moment.
Yes, I know what you mean. On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
On behalf of the Garlean Empire, thank you for inviting me today.
What? Emperor Varys?
Uh-oh.
They are being tempered. The talismans. Quickly!
Save me, brave hero! Ahem. My lord has requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
The experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short. I shall begin the preparations.
Now, it is time for you to awaken. Good morrow to you. Here, have a taste before it gets cold. Oh, but be sure to remove your helmet. Take a moment, too, to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh. So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing. We had a Magitech engineer by the name of Aulus to thank for this method of soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Alamigo. His was a rather sticky end, wasn't it? Thankfully, he was thoughtful enough to leave behind his mind-jack technology. I took the liberty of making some improvements and selecting you as my esteemed test subject.
Alright, so what am I gonna say? Give me back my body, or this is such a pain in the arse. This is such a pain in the arse. Fucking Fan Daniel.
Come now. To us Asians, it is no different from trying on new clothes. Why not make the most of it by partaking in this fine cuisine? I must say, I have gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord. When I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner. He never deigned to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes.
Indeed. Indeed.
Oh my! Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate. Ah, exposition is in order. The Garlean Empire has long outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple. But people being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need. Who then? Why, His Radiance the Emperor, of course. As you have observed firsthand, Garlemald has seen better days. The legendary Solus Galvus, dead. Provinces near and far in open rebellion. Our bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck. The people cried out for salvation. Their earnest pleas, one might even call them prayers, a supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory. And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varus himself. And lo, the Savior was born, the embodiment of the Garlean spirit, their anima.
And boy, he ugly.
It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight. And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so too does ether from every corner of the globe. The towers with which you and your allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of Anima itself. An ingenious design. Would you not agree, my lord?
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you? Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. Butchery. Perhaps you think that to be the extent of my promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Alamigo. Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria. I have been honing my craft as I set the stage for our reunion. Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star. The chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought are my gifts to you alone. At a loss for words? No matter. As you will learn, I have only just begun.
Oh, will you not finish your meal?
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger, and it would seem my friend has lost her appetite. I hoped this display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion, but clearly we are above such pretensions. While my lifeless body was in the possession of the Ascian, I too claimed another's as my own. It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar form. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh? The soul? Perhaps you should like to discover the answer for yourself. Or together.
This motherfucker is pissing me off.
Oh dear! Whatever would happen if my lord were to greet your friends as you? I shudder to imagine what carnage he would wreak. We'd better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me later for my generosity. There it is. Your camp, I believe. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that you, the other you, is making her way there as we speak.
I'm with you there, Paul. I'm with you there.
Alas, this you will have to walk from here. Or run, if you can manage it. My lord would be cross if I made it too easy. Such ingratitude. I'd not squander this fighting chance. After all, you've obstacles enough to overcome. Right on cue. Tempered soldiers, with standing orders to kill those not sworn to anima. Under normal circumstances, you would make short work of them. But on this occasion, the odds are not so heavily stacked in your favor.
Well, I thought after this cutscene, I forgot there was a duty after that cutscene. So, here we go, once more into the breach. Alright. We'll give it a go.
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, it would perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows. Scurrying about like a rodent.
Alright, you may use the medical kits to restore HP. While you can only carry a limited number, more can be found by inspecting fallen soldiers or wrecked Magitech. Alright. Okay. So avoid what we can. Heal up. And get the hell out of Dodge. And I don't remember where exactly I need to get the hell out of Dodge. Shit. Not over here, clearly. Damn it, spotted again. Shit. I am really doing poorly at this. I'm not awake enough for this. Alright, we're gonna need to get over there, I think. Did I get that sack without getting nailed? I hope so. I'll use that one. Maybe that way. Hopefully I didn't fail this by going this way. Okay. Hopefully. No. No good. Oh, I don't want to try to get to that. Do I think I can get that? Probably not. Fuck, he's gonna nail me. Nope, okay. Nice! I found another medical kit. That's good. Well, shit, that's not the way to go. That's a wall. I am so freaking lost. I completely am lacking in a sense of direction here. Ooh. I need to find fuel and a card. Bastards got my hand while they took down the Magitech Reaper. If you can repair its leg, though, it should still work. Here, take this key. If you run out of ceruleum, you may be able to find some more in the wreckage. Alright, I need to find some fuel. I don't think I'm going that way. Fuel. Back this way. See if I can find some wreckage. That I can get to without getting my ass handed to me. Yeah. Well, we're gonna have to fight this guy. Well, I don't think I got fuel out of that, though. Ooh. Ooh. Whee! It's a kit, not fuel. Fuel concealing wreckage. Alright. Haha! Oh, great. Now I'm carrying something. That's gonna make things even more fun. Let's get back into our broken cart. Ooh, no, 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 no. Don't look at me. No, 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 no. Don't see me. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Yeah. Turn around, fuckwad. Don't look at me. You'll not see me. You'll go by. Go by. Turn around. Run away. Go away. Go away. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. That's a boy. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Alright. It's a Maggie. Oh boy. You go boom. Go boom. Alright, I'm making progress. Ow. Oh, shit. That hurt. Yeah, I absolutely hate that part of the MSQ. Hate it. And hey, Laura. Ooh, rice and bean casserole in the main course. Sounds like a nice dinner there, Laura. Oh, jeez. All right. Oh, goodness. I've got 4 minutes to crawl all the way to camp. I don't think I have enough time for this. This is nuts. I hate this. Please let me make it so I don't have to do this again. Yep, in from the cold. I hate this one. I mean, it's fun, but I hate it because it's so rushed. I forgot that it came up after all that series of cutscenes. Or I would have waited for the cutscenes until the next stream.
It is a miracle we were able to restrain the Tempered without suffering casualties.
A welcome one. Arun, Senna, and the others have their hands full as it is. Thankfully, there are enough scales for everyone.
And what of Euless? His symptoms were particularly severe.
They were, but others fared still worse, including some brought back from the Magna Glacius. As those in most desperate need take priority, it may be a while before he receives treatment. But rest assured that he will. In the meantime, we must find our missing friend. May the Fury guide you.
Of all the bloody times for a disappearing act.
Right when the first wave struck, we'd be fools to think it a coincidence. But where even to begin the search? No one saw her leave in the chaos, and we've no trail to follow.
While I know full well she can handle herself, I worry all the same.
Ah, speak of the devil.
Well, time to call off the search.
Case closed.
That's her, over there.
Aye, 'twould appear so. Thou art struggling to perceive her presence?
I am. Perhaps, in the aftermath of the wave, there is some residual effect interfering with my faculties. But...
Where have you been? We've been worried sick.
Now, all's well that ends well. Are you all right?
Are you all right?
Who are you?
Alright, so what am I gonna say? Enough Xenos or get away from them, you bastard? Enough Xenos.
Sadly, that is all we have time for today. The effect has run its course, and back to your own bodies you must go. But where are my manners? You have all traveled so very far, and I have yet to pay my respects. Though in my defense, I was ill-prepared to receive so many uninvited guests. As such, preliminary entertainments were in order. A handful of tempered soldiers to hamper your progress. Refugees to command your attention while I siphon the ceruleum from the shadows. Particularly effective, that. Charitable souls that you are, you bent over backwards to aid them, heedless of the delay, predictable to a fault. And so my plan approaches completion unhindered. Anima will soon have absorbed the requisite amount of ether, and then shall come the spectacle to end all spectacles. The eldest and most powerful of primals will awaken, and all shall bear witness to the final days!
The gods themselves will be my meal. Your dear companions my dessert. Upon this world I'll feast, and death shall follow in my wake. All your hate, all your rage, you will render unto me.
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation.
Thank goodness. She's awake.
Oh, what'll I say? Is everyone alright? Or so I'm not dead yet. Is everyone alright?
Perfectly fine, yes. I hope the same can be said of you.
Everything in working order?
Think my tail is crimped.
Oh, and before I forget, thanks for coming to our rescue.
Given recent events, I would be surprised if you weren't feeling a bit poorly. A hearty meal and a long rest would be my recommendation under normal circumstances, but these are anything but. If Van Daniel's boasts are to be believed, we must act quickly. Once you've blown away the cobwebs, we can discuss preparations for our assault on the Tower of Babel.
Well then. Let's talk to LSA. LSA says, "You're certain you're well? Nothing out of place? No missing bits?" Like I said, I think there's a crimp in my tail. We gotta straighten that out. Good. Though I won't promise the same for Fandaniel and Xenos after I'm through with them. LSA says, "How much must these people suffer before they're satisfied? How many cruel, pointless tricks must they play? Prelude to the final days or no, this ends now." Alright. Well, Lucia? Gateway of the Gods. Now that you're recovered, Lucia would have a word with you. Well, first off, about my tail. It's crimped. It's bent all out of shape. Hello? Are you well enough to make your report? Lucia says. Lucia says this anima was summoned with the corpse of Emperor Varus. Whoops. Hold on. Does their depravity know no bounds? Ishtola says, "It seems not. More to the point, we can surmise that wave of aether issued not from the Tower of Babel, but from the primal lurking within it." Ishtola says, "A primal whose cry rang rather more loudly in your ears than ours." If you were taken to the tower itself, then this proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that it is the beating heart of the Telophoro's machinations. Clearly it was the tail, Paul! The tail, it's bent out of shape. He didn't even walk right in the body. I am crimped. I am bruised. Everything's out of joint. Lucia says, "In which case, we might have some highly relevant information. As many of you know, ever since we dispatched troops to free the Levieurs, we've been developing a plan to infiltrate the tower. According to Thancred and his scouts, the main structure is lousy with tempered and enemy magitech." Alright, have a good night, Diane. I'm about to wrap things up here, so you won't miss out on anything. I hope you're feeling better. Furthermore, the road leading to it has collapsed, making it difficult to approach in numbers. Maxima says, thus do we propose dividing our forces into two parties. One to distract, one to infiltrate. The diversionary forces will be comprised of the Ishgardian, Redanian, and Lemosian delegations. They will begin the construction of bridges to take the Telophoroi, or to make the Telophoroi believe that we're marching upon the tower. Meanwhile, the best suited of our Alamegan, Aldean, and Eastern comrades will use a different method of ingress. Egbert says, look here. The facility marked in red is the Encelendium, a vast magitech manufactory. In ruins now, of course. But the freight tunnel connecting it to the Urwist Imperial Palace remains intact. While the Telophoroi's attention is elsewhere, our infiltration force can use it to enter the tower undetected. Be aware, however, that the underground rail network remains very much operational. The Tempered are using it to bring supplies to the tower even now. If it can carry their material, Alphino says, it can carry us too, providing we sneak aboard unseen. Lucy says, the Scions will lead the infiltration party. Once inside, you must locate and dispatch Fandaniel and Xenos. What'll I say? We will save the people of Garlemald and those who suffer the world over. I'll have my vengeance yet, or it's time we ended this once and for all. Alright, it's time we ended this once and for all. Alphino says, aye. There will be no more casualties of the Telophoroi's maniacal ambition. Y'shtola says, how quickly can we enact this plan? Fandaniel made it quite clear that haste is a priority. Graha says, of paramount concern, even assuming he didn't name the tower Babel on a whim. In Almond's time, it meant Gateway of the Gods. Xande used it to refer to a void gate, but in this case, it almost certainly alludes to something altogether greater. The eldest and most powerful of primals. Lucy says, all the more reason to act now. The rest of the contingent is aware of the plan and are ready to move at a moment's notice. You are to proceed north to Forum Patens. Lisa's group will meet you there. Y'shtola says, as ever, we are grateful for your foresight. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Spare no effort in your preparations. Alright, folks. That is where we're going to wrap things up today. And we will reconvene much sooner than the last time I did a Final Fantasy stream. How about that? Maybe even as soon as tomorrow. I do not know for certain. I will schedule it ahead of time so that there is a little bit of forewarning that it's coming up, but be looking for it tomorrow. I feel like I want to continue on with this as soon as possible and not keep you guys waiting. Alright? So for now, thank you for hanging out. I'll see you guys next time. Love y'all loads. And bye for now.